looks good. We are happy.
All right.
So, yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure which one you had next on your list there. So perhaps we'll just go to terminology. I think
Okay.
William Power is online.
Hello, yes, I'm here and ready to present. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi, William.
Good. Good to see you all, even if it's only virtually. So I have a relatively short presentation from the Terminology Working Group. In terms of the membership, we'd like to express appreciation for Laurie Dangler, who has retired now from the working group, but has been an active participant since the beginning. In terms of activities, the working group sent a package of edits and updates for the next IOC Tsunami Glossary. There were somewhere between about 10 and 15 edits or updated entries. They were all accepted except for Meteo Tsunami, which was there was no consensus at the IOC. This is the Tsunami and Ocean Warning Systems Working Group. There was no consensus around the correct definition for Meteo Tsunami, so that one was not accepted. Completely new entries were for LAM waves, the IOC Tsunami Ready Recognition Program, and around volcanic tsunamis. The 2025 Tsunami Glossary, which has these changes incorporated, is currently being published and will appear in 5 different languages. The coming activities for the working group will now be directed towards the next glossary update, which is expected for 2027. And that's my summary of the working group activities.
Excellent. Thanks, William. Actually, I have a question. Is there already a definition of Meteo Tsunami in the glossary and it was changes that weren't accepted, or is there no definition in there at all?
There was an entry before, and I believe that with the update not being accepted, it will remain with the current definition, although I would need Laura Kong to absolutely confirm that. That's what I think is the case. And we've also received, since the TOWS working group, a report from IOC, which has an updated view of their definition for Meteo Tsunami. So I think we will be ready to put in an updated definition for the next glossary.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for William?
Yes. Sasha.
So I believe that we still have some painful questions and we should keep working. Just one example, amplitudes and heights. From physics, we know that height is from trough to crest. But it is so common to use height as a synonym of amplitude, so we never actually know what the authors had in mind. For example, Igor submitted today his talk on Kamchatka, and he showed the record of Semyachik, and it was very clear in this record that the wave height is about 2.7 meters or 2.5 meters. But he told about wave height of 1.2 meters. And I know that for Slava, this is extremely painful question. And also when we are going into history, we never know what actually the authors had in mind. I remember we had this problem for 1960 when we had very strong disagreement between American data and Canadian data. And then we found that in Canada it was common to have wave heights, and Lander Lander use amplitude. So this is just an example, but that means that we should fix this. And I believe that probably Slava would like to say a few words on this, because his idea was probably to have even a special meeting related in particular to these questions. Slava.
I will say, yes, I will say a few words, but in my report, okay, on data working group.
Okay, any more questions? Or William, did you want to respond to that or?
I'm
Take it
just
as a
going to
comment.
acknowledge that that is a long running issue, and I think we're all aware that it's a problem, and it's not easy to solve. We may just need to, well, yeah, I think it needs an offline discussion about what we can do, but because it's been around for a long time, and I'm not even sure that changing the glossary will actually change the behavior of scientists. So we need to think carefully about this. But I totally agree that it's a problem.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, well, perhaps we'll move on to at least, we can move on to science-based tsunami warning. Now, this one I believe is presented by Gerasimos. Sorry, that was I the wrong person before. You're muted, can't hear you. I think we can see your screen. We're still not hearing you, I'm afraid. Maybe if you want to try leaving and coming back, we'll move on to one of the other ones and come back to you. Is that okay? Oh, I'm going to suggest that maybe we'll move on to the data working group if Slava Gustyukov is there in the room, and we can see if Gerasimos can get his sound sorted.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. We need to copy my presentation here on computer.
Which one's this one?
This one, yes. No. Okay. First.
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Working group on tsunami data. Так. Next. Next. Okay. This is formal membership. Formal membership. Так. Sorry. First slide. Second. Okay, second. Formal membership. Okay. I guess everybody agrees that historical tsunami data is the basement for all our study as related to operational tsunami warning as long-term tsunami hazard predictions. And actually we have the wealth of data in the form of two global databases. One of these maintained by National Geophysical Center in Boulder, and second one supported our laboratory in Novosibirsk. Both databases are similar in content, and currently we have about 2,900 historical events. That's the total map. Don't see map on computer, but not on screen. Okay, here the map. At present, GTDB contains there is time lag between computer and screen. I'm really sorry. Once again, I would like to have the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see map here on computer, but okay, here is the map. So currently, as I mentioned, about 2,700 tsunamigenic events with validity from 1 to 4, and having geographical coordinates. Generally speaking, our database is still well above of all other existing, I mean, in the field of natural hazards like earthquake databases, hurricanes, floods, and so on. In terms of, first of all, geographical coverage, it's a global. Temporal coverage, it's almost 4,000 years. And level of completeness, and very important, level of referencing. But it doesn't mean that we don't have the problem. We have a problem. Each 2 years, global database increased for 30, 40 new events. And the next slide should demonstrate 33 new events, all types since the last Tsunami Commission business meeting. 2 years and several months. They are ranged in terms of maximum wave heights. You see on the top, Alaska landslide tsunami, then another tsunami in Greenland, and the third place, just recent Kamchatka tsunami. But I would like to stress that only top 10 had heights more than 1 meter. All the rest and very weak tsunamis. And actually is one of problem for database compilers, because it's not so easy to collect records for small events which didn't produce any damage and no fatalities. But they're important. As you can see from the table, some of them, it was submarine earthquake with magnitude well above the threshold, like 7.5. And it's important to understand why there was not tsunami. What level of completeness far from the perfect. In the same time, a wealth of data exists on national and local levels, especially in the languages other than English, but these data are not properly organized and are not readily available. And one of the main tasks of our working group and database compilers to make any efforts to collect this data, not only for the recent event, but all historical events. And we have several examples where when in deep search for data, doubled number of tsunamigenic events for some specific regions, like for instance Black Sea. We increased from 25 more than 50. It's the same for Baltic Sea. So at small events, I borrowed these 2 slides from presentation Nicholas Arkas made in Banda Aceh, where he stressed importance collecting data and the problems collecting of data for small events. Also very important data on fatalities, because it's widely distributed digits, and they are not in very good conditions. I will talk about this in my yesterday presentations, but now just diagrams for the last 100 years. We have on average every year there was at least 1 fatal tsunami, but there was some gap. I do believe that these gaps means that we simply do not know actual digits. And the problem of formats, it's still needed to be decided how to transform, because database format was established almost 50 years ago and mainly focused at that time. It will focus on seismically generated tsunami. But since that time, quarter of number of events in the database, not seismic, different type, volcanic, landslide, meteorological, unknown sources, and they should be appropriately parameterized in the correct manner. But changing database format is a very serious matter, and we need to have some sort of consensus among the experts. And the best form to get such kind of consensus is organized some sort of special meeting, workshop. And actually there was recommendations adopted last ICG ITSU meeting in Beijing to conduct such kind of workshop. And we made the proposal to hold this kind of workshop next year in Vladivostok. In Vladivostok, in the second part of September, where we could discuss and adopt necessary changes for GTDB format. Then we plan to develop and adopt new standard for national reports presented members of coordination groups each 2 years on the for intersessional period to make it easier implementation this new data into database format. And it's my long-term dream to select to appoint regional coordinator for the main tsunamigenic region, not only in Pacific, who would be responsible for the quality of data and for looking for some kind of improvement for additions. And we have right now some specialized software, new version of WinATDB that which was widely distributed in the middle of 90s. New version is some sort of instrumental tool for such kind of job, such kind of work, to collect data, to refine them, to provide with the reference, and to agree on the adopted format. So this is the idea. Our Ministry, Academy of Science, and Ministry of Science and Education of Russia in favor of this idea. We just need to make some positive feedback. Who could come, who are most interested. We think that it would be very useful and productive meeting. That's all. Please give your comments or questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, please, questions. Answer, please. Please.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
Stefano speaking.
Yes, Stefano.
Ciao. Okay. What I wanted to ask is that have you, especially in the last development of this global database, also considered to include tsunamis generated by landslides systematically? I mean, systematic inclusion of tsunamis generated by landslides in lakes, such as alpine lakes or something like that, because the mechanism is exactly a tsunami, so they should be considered as tsunamis.
Yes, Stefano, thank you very much for your question. It's very important. If you look at the map, you can see that right now we have tsunamigenic events not only in ocean, in marginal seas, but only in the middle of continents, like in lakes, in rivers. That's why we used to call right now database on tsunami and tsunami-like phenomena. It's very important because they are also can be deadly. Not talking about the extreme run-ups like 500 meters, 400 meters, 90 meters in Russia, for instance, Russian territory, 90 meters in the hydroelectric dam lake 5 years ago. So it all types of how to say, unusual water phenomenon in the range of spectrum between wind waves and tides.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I be first,
Yeah.
Sasha? So do you also include the damages and fatalities you said, and also damages?
Yes, format of course have several fields for damage. for damage and for fatalities. About fatalities, I will talk tomorrow in my presentations. What's about damage? The problem is, first of all, it's counted in different way in different countries. And again, there is some sort of, I would say, political problems. In some countries try to increase digits of damage, considering the better outside support and so on. So it's not easy to measure. But format already has several fields, like number of destroyed houses, partly damaged, and so on, and total in US dollars. But on the long time range, you see the dollars, it's
Yeah.
not good reference. You have to take into account real value. But it's important, of course, I agree.
And the comment about Vladivostok, I don't know who is supposed to be there. Maybe it's not very accessible to everyone. Maybe you plan to also run it.
Consider initially place, for instance, like Moscow. But again, during the current situation, it's difficult to expect active participation from European country, for instance. And Vladivostok, it's the whole Pacific and South Asia.
Yeah, it's
It's
the
out.
issue. That's what I meant.
Yes.
So in this sense, it doesn't matter if it's Moscow
Of
or
course,
Vladivostok.
critical importance for the success of workshop is participation our colleagues from US. Nicolas Argos was in favor, much in favor, but you see what is going on. Actually, as for today, the shutdown and even official emails blocked.
So my suggestion was to run it online, virtually or hybrid.
Format.
Yeah.
My personal feeling, the format should be combined.
Yeah, hybrid.
In person, yes. In person plus online participation. Exactly like we have here in Hyderabad. It's probably most reasonable and most efficient way.
Okay. I believe that mostly it should be personal and online should be exceptional. Only in this case.
Completely agree. Because
Okay.
nothing can replace the personal contact and discussions.
And I have a few comments related to Vladivostok. First of all, we should take into account that the existing system of collecting, cataloging data was elaborated probably about like 60 years ago. So that means that it was elaborated in the time of paper tsunami records. And now we have digital records, and this is something quite different. We have quite different possibilities, quite higher accuracy, and so on. So that means that we should go to this new era. Second, in the past, when we are talking about specific events, we had 20 records, specific site, sometimes maybe 30, 40. But just now, every new event actually brings us like thousands of new records. And it is absolutely evident that Slava and Nick, they're overwhelmed. They cannot process all this huge amount of data. So that means that we should think about some better way. And actually, we discussed this question with Slava, and at least one very simple idea was that national committees in preparation their biannual reports should go to specific format and to give this information. In that case, at least it would be possible for future to collect this information, to simplify this work. But this at least some simple ideas.
Okay, yes, yes. Completely agree.
Okay, we have a question online as well. Is that Sharon?
Thank you, Diana. Sorry, just I wanted to confirm because I couldn't read data on the list of events. Gusioko, do we have 2023 Kahramanmaraş, Turkey earthquake data there? An inland earthquake? It was also generating. Sorry, can we see the list of table? So list of events table?
Excuse me, it's too loud here. I couldn't catch it. Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to confirm if we have the earthquake 2023 Kahramanmaraş, Turkey earthquake. It also generated tsunami with a maximum height of 17 centimeters. It was an inland earthquake. And 6th of February 2023 Kahramanmaraş earthquake. Magnitude earthquakes actually.
Unfortunately, this list sorted not in terms of date, but in terms of.
Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly.
Oh, this list is sorted not by date, but by maximum height. And
So in the list, I couldn't see 2023 Kahramanmaraş earthquakes, if I'm not wrong.
You are not wrong.
So that earthquake was also. So that earthquake also generated tsunami with a maximum tsunami height of 17 centimeters. It was an
Excellent.
inland earthquake. 2 earthquakes actually in one day.
please check both website, NGDC and our. And if you don't find, write me personally, and we immediately add.
Okay,
Both
thank
events.
you.
Because we are hunting for every, even very small one. I have to say that in the whole database, there are several events, maybe 2 or 3, with minimum possible amplitude, just 1 centimeter tsunami.
Of course, okay. Okay, I will check, thank you.
Specific.
All right, thank you. Shall we maybe move on to the next working group? And I think we'll go to, do we have Gerasimos back? Can we hear him?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Fabulous. Go ahead, share your screen. And you're presenting on the science-based tsunami warning working group on behalf of Laura, I believe.
Okay, the presentation is already in the conference room, and they will manage to show up the slides, and I will explain the slides. This is the solution that we found finally.
Okay, just a moment, please.
Okay, can you help from the conference room to upload this?
Yes. Right now it's uploading.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm talking on behalf of the working group on science-based tsunami working group. I'm a member of this, but
sorry to interrupt. We don't see the slides online. I'm not sure if they're still. We don't see the slides online. They may still be uploading them. or maybe they need to share them so that we can see them.
Almost.
Yeah, so we'll give them a minute. And there was a bit of a sound problem as well. It wasn't the end of the world, but okay, we can see them now. Thanks.
Okay. I'm explaining that this is on behalf of our chair. Next, please. Yes, Laura Kong has already prepared an overview, the members and the scope. You can see several members which participate and contribute in this working group. The scope of which is to identify and recommend science-based improvements for tsunami warning, including some ideas on data networks, monitoring and detection, analysis and threat assessment, forecasting and warning products. The next, please. No, the next, please. No, this is the previous. The next, please. Okay. The presentation mainly focuses on the last couple of years' activities. Next, please. Everybody is aware that currently there are 4 main regional systems and respective 4 information centers. There are 13 tsunami service providers at global scale with more than 150 country member states, all of them working under the umbrella of IOC. Next, please. The tsunami warning working group is trying to support the IOC for tsunami warning. Several members are working and the activities include, for example, some focused efforts for monitoring and warning for tsunamis generated by volcano. Some special publications have been made in the last couple of years, and also the activities included one IOC global webinar last April. Next, please. The webinar on monitoring and warning for tsunamis that are produced by volcanoes took place in last April with several presentations which were made by experts in the field with many new ideas on the topic. Because as everybody knows, the 4 main systems are for seismic tsunamis, but now the group and all the experts are trying to raise new ideas for tsunami warning and for volcanic tsunamis as well. The next, please. It has been recognized that nearly 90 potentially tsunamigenic volcanoes are distributed across the world. Most of them, as one may expect, are located in the Pacific Ocean, but in all oceans you can find some tsunamigenic, potentially tsunamigenic volcanoes. Next, please. Of particular interest was the second global tsunami symposium that took place 1 year ago with the participation of several colleagues. If I remember well, this was in commemoration of the Sumatra Badache tsunami in 2004. The next, please. And in this special session of IUGG, several speakers contributed. in commemoration of the 2004 Sumatra earthquake and tsunami. The next, please. And another IUGG JTC workshop took place last April for the 16th anniversary of the Pacific Tsunami Warning System. And there were a lot of presentations to explain what has been the past, the achievements, and what are expected for the future. The next, please. A few more recent activities in the next slides. Yes, next slide, please. There are completed 10 years for research, development, and implementation plan for the OEDTP, where we can find two main priorities. The first objective of the IDOTP is to develop the warning system's capability. And the second objective is that 100% of communities at risk to be prepared and resilient to tsunamis within the next 5 years or so, through efforts of the IOC Tsunami Ready program. Next, please. The UN Ocean Decade Tsunami Program is a major effort which is coordinated by UNESCO IOC with the contribution of several other international organizations. Of course, the program is supported by all major tsunami warning systems in the globe. There is a global steering committee, special tsunami coalition, and a scientific committee, and other groups, task teams that support and try to coordinate the entire Ocean Decade Tsunami Program. Thank you. Next, please. The scientific committee had a meeting. Altogether, 5 meetings have been convened. The last it was January 2025, and there are relevant documents that have been produced by IOC. The next, please. And in the core of the discussions, one of the main issues has been how to shorten, to minimize the time of warning after an earthquake. This is, everybody understands that is a challenge, not only from scientific, but also from operational point of view. The next, please. Other activities included several talks, meetings, capacity development efforts, all of them under the umbrella of the Ocean Decade committees. Thank you. Next, please. That's all from the side of the working group on science-based tsunami warning. Before going ahead with possible questions, I would like to make a note about the first working group on tsunami magnitude. Of course, it was not possible. I'm a member over there as well. Vasily Titov, the chair, was unable to prepare something for that. But just very briefly to inform you that this working group should be continue. A very recent publication, a relevant publication, was made by Ioanna Triantafylou, Fumi Imamura, and Anavat Supasri from Tohoku University. I feel, as a member of the working group, that the the activities and the efforts for the study of tsunami magnitudes will continue in the near future. So I would like to say my opinion that the working group, although yes, can you hear me? Yes. I'm
Yeah, that's
concluding with that. Yes, that the working group on tsunami magnitude, my opinion is that should continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, point taken on the tsunami magnitude working group. I don't think we're thinking about closing down any of these working groups, so happy to have that continued. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Gerasimus on that his presentation or Laura's presentation? If not,
Everything well understood. Okay.
yeah, okay. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. All right.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
thank you. Moving on to the last one, working group on Meteo Tsunami. I'm not quite sure who's going to be giving this one. Do we have someone in the room? Was Sasha going to present? I see movement.
We will prepare the files right now. So wait a 2
Okay, great.
minutes.
This afternoon. Good afternoon. I don't know exactly who is in our group, but more or less I can imagine. So I will present very short report on what is going on in this topic. And I would say that this topic, major tsunamis, in the last years really became very hot, especially after the Tonga tsunami, because from some point of view, the Tonga tsunami is also a major tsunami. So first of all, I should say that last year, almost exactly 1 year ago, it was the third World Conference on Major Tsunamis. This conference was in Bodrum, Turkey, and sorry, why this happened? I don't know. I really. Okay. Sorry for this, but okay. This conference was organized by Ahmet Yelchiner, and I should say it was absolutely perfect. absolutely perfect. Everything was very well organized. All participants were quite active and quite happy. And as a result of this conference, we decided to prepare a special issue of natural hazard on meteor tsunamis. And this issue is in work. And the deadline is 31st of January. And I saw we still have a little time, and I still hope to get some additional papers into our issue. The previous issue of natural hazards related to meteor tsunami was extremely successful. You know that there are altogether maybe about like 25 or maybe even more papers, and all these papers are highly quoted. Next, what I should say. We had a very painful question about the next conference on meteor tsunamis, and we actually examined several places we could not find, and finally, this was the idea of Hidranka, that he suggested Klaipėda and Loretta, who was before in Bodrum and before in Minorca. Actually, she was quite happy by this idea, and now this is fixed. So the next meteor tsunami conference will be in October of the next year in Klaipėda. This is a very important port on the coast of the Baltic Sea. Before it was an old German place known as Memel, who is collecting postage stamps, but probably should know that there were some specific postage stamps of Memel. So this is just the place, and October is actually quite good time. Also, what I should say, that a special volume, UNESCO volume on meteor tsunamis was published this year, and I believe that this volume will be very helpful to everybody who is working on this problem. So this is just what is going on during some major tsunamis. And there is one more very important topic I would like to attract your attention. Meteor tsunami cataloging. I'm not talking now about general cataloging of all meteor tsunamis, but there are some specific places where meteor tsunamis are quite often. For example, in Croatia, and they actually almost prepared this special catalog of meteor tsunamis for the Adriatic Sea. I believe that this would be quite interesting for Slava and for Nikos. And something similar was done in Spain, where meteor tsunamis are also quite common, but there are also several other specific places with very common meteor tsunamis. I am talking first of all about the Great Lakes, about Kyushu Island, Nagasaki, and some other places, Abiki phenomenon, and probably about South Korea, where there were several deadly meteor tsunamis which killed people. So we should keep this in mind. So, and actually that is all about meteor tsunamis. Maybe if you have specific question, I would reply.
Thanks, Sasha. Are there any questions? Sounds like probably not. So I think Well, if no questions, that concludes the presentations from the working groups. Oh,
Wait a second.
Not so fast, Diana.
okay.
You probably should be here. Probably should be here
Okay.
instead of me. But yeah, but I'm here. And thanks, Sasha. As I explained before, media tsunami, probably the terminology can be used in the academic world, probably here as well, and certainly encourage active research and understanding where things happens and how to predict and warn it where possible. I just simply draw the attention that between the IOC and the WMO, we have this joint corporate board, and Srinivas was the co-chair of that, and the WMO as well. So through that, this discussion of roles and responsibility has been raised, and I think we have reached agreement that it's definitely okay for IOC to monitor this phenomena, but it's not an IOC's responsibility to issue warnings, and because it's not fit for it. It's best fit for weather services because they have the numerical weather prediction. They have the automatic weather stations for pressure observations, and also they have the responsibility to issue warnings for coastal waters and the marine services as part of that, including storm surge. So it's to minimize the public confusion that multiple agencies are issuing something differently for same sort of event. That's the concern. And the other concern is public may hear this word and may perceive that is a catastrophic, which in majority of cases, I don't think that's the case, but I can't say things didn't happen. I'm just saying that because according to Australians, Charlie, the kind of godfather of a media tsunami, if you want to pay attention to media tsunami in Australia, you almost like needed to think about a magnitude 9 earthquake. So that's how the media tsunami is important, but it's not always important. So I'm just saying that it only need to pay attention to certain events, as if you were paying attention to earthquake magnitude 9 and above, because it takes so much energy to generating even the 20 centimeter media tsunami. All I'm saying is, yeah. So that's my comment.
Okay, I believe partly this question to Tanioka-san. But my personal opinion is that if WMO would like to cooperate, to be involved, we would be more than happy. But if they would like to take meteor tsunamis from our Tsunami Commission and from our, we would resist. Okay, so I have a few words about publication now. So, you know that the world is changing and we must be flexible. And the systems that we had before, when we worked on our topical issues, are not working so well now, just because normally we need of about 2 years to prepare a topical issue, but not special issue. So, and now actually it is important for scientists to be published fast, and that means that if we would use our old system, we would lose to some other journals because this is some kind of competition. So we would like to be flexible, and that is why we organize this new form called as topical collection. Topical collection normally is related to some specific urgent events. Oh, for example, we had for Anak Krakatau and Palu a special issue, a special collection, sorry. Before it was on Chile. Probably now a good time to have for Kamchatka. What is the difference? Papers submitted to topical collection are processed very fast and immediately published. Immediately published in regular issues, but we like first papers. Every issue, first papers are related to a topical collection. But after publishing, they are going to specific pocket. So there is a special site related to topical collection. So all papers related to this topical collection you immediately would find. And this is very, very convenient for everybody who is working specifically on this event. He is going to this website and see the entire list of papers. And we have some good examples when papers related to some hot events were published like in 1.5 or 2 months. And this is very fast. And this is just our way. And actually, we always are open for some ideas to organize some new collections. For example, just now we still have this topical collection on Tonga, and if you would go to our website, that means a website of Pure Applied Geophysics, you immediately would find maybe about 30 papers related to this event and published in our journal. And just now we would definitely organize on Kamchatka, but if you have some additional ideas, additional topics, you also can organize. At least this is our proposal, but I really would like to hear the opinion of the members of our commission.
This is a working group discussion. Diana.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but
I'm sorry for Diana. This is the publication issue. So go back to working group. Yeah.
No, I think we're finished with working groups. It's fine.
Okay. So is that finished? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Looks like all of the working group are doing pretty well, right? So please continue to work together. Then the Sasha was explaining about publication issues, but I guess all of them agree to make a topical corrections. Okay, now back to my slide. Slide. Okay. Okay. Last thing is the membership. And for new members, I wanna recommend for Toshitaka Baba. You already know that he's very good for the tsunami scientist and reading tsunami science in Japan. So I just wanna recommend to him to be members. You have any opinion against it? No, right? Good. For online people, can you make some kind of a sign? Oh, good. Okay. Okay. So I think Baba-san come to here to say something about it.
Okay, thank you, everybody. My name is Baba from Japan. I'm working at Tokushima University. I think Tokushima is not familiar with you. The Tohoku is very familiar. Tokushima is located southwestern Japan, also facing to the Nankai Trough. We are very close to tsunami disaster as well. I often visit that region. Tsunami will come to discuss how to prepare, how to evacuate, how to recovery. And also, I'm now very like to develop a new tsunami simulation software called JAGLS. I hope I will contribute at tsunami disaster mitigation. I think I've been working in tsunami community, tsunami science field, receiving many supports from tsunami community. Probably it's my turn to contribute to activity in Tsunami Commission. I'm very happy to join the committee member. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. The another one is expired. If you do not attend this meeting 3 times a row, then the law is expired, and those persons are right now Rory Denger and Matsutomi Sensei and Kostas Sinarakis. Is it okay to expire because of? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm sorry. This is my first time attending one of these meetings. As far as I remember, Krista had proposed me to be part of the commission 2 years ago because I was supposed to go to Berlin assembly, but I couldn't attend at the end. I received the email invitation for this meeting, but I am not sure if I am or not part of the commission. So I would like to know.
I have to check it, the list. But if in case she is not a member yet, now we can nominate. She has a member.
Maybe I can introduce myself.
Yeah,
Yes?
sure.
Okay. Okay, my name is Silvia Chacon. I am from Costa Rica. So they can. Thank you. My name is Silvia Chacon. I am from Costa Rica. I am the head of CINAMOD program at National University. We are the National Tsunami Warning Center for Costa Rica, and I am also the National Tsunami National Contact for Costa Rica for ICG Pacific and Caribbean. I am also currently vice chair of the Caribbean ICG. And I am co-chair of the working group 1 of the Pacific ICG as well. I had been collaborating with the IOC for about 10 years or so, and I created the CINAMOD program in Costa Rica. We work in the 4 pillars of the Ocean Decade Tsunami program. So we do hazard assessments, we do monitoring, we do warning, and we do preparedness and response capabilities as well. Thank you.
How is the online people? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Senyoka-san.
Yeah.
When we sent an invitation regarding International Tsunami Symposium from to all the JTC members, there was a comment from IAV CEI.
Yamse, yes.
Yeah, from Ulrich Kupers. So he was saying there is no representation from IAV CEI in JTC Commission. So he
So
wanted me
actually-
to ask question about that.
Actually, yes. I mean that there is a, あれ東大のなんだっけ深野さん。One of the Japanese who is actually representative, but he never come to this IT International Tsunami Symposium. But she is actually the representative right now. But I tried to change it. And because I mean, the person who can definitely doing a volcano and tsunami is the Sandanbata-san in Tokyo University. And he's very active for both sides. And so that I try to recommend him to be a member, but he's not participating in this meeting. Maybe he will participate in IUGG. So in IUGG, we'll have definitely have a say representative in there. Is that okay?
Yes, Senyoka-san, I'll pass this message. And there was one more comment about the link of tsunamicommission.ipma.pt is not working anymore. So he was asking even about that, whether is there any link for Tsunami Commission, separate link?
Oh, you mean website?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to ask Mariana, but Mariana is not here, right? So we better ask Mariana how that the web link are going on.
Okay.
I'm also aware of that, but I didn't ask her.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that. Then I would be able to answer him. Thank you, Stan.
May I ask a question? Yukiro-san,
Yeah.
are you able now? Are you able now to show us what the list of the members of this committee?
I have. どうしようかな。It was in the website. And the website was closed somehow.
Okay.
So as soon as the website is up, there's a list of the members.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Everything's okay now? Thank you very much for attending this meeting. So see you in tomorrow. See you yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye to everybody. It was a pleasure to see you all.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Not yet, please.
Hello.
I am
Not
Irina.
yet?
Yes, please. Yes, I have two inquiries. I wasn't sure whether I have to ask it in ask in the respective working group because I don't see it directly connected. So the first would be looking at this year's ITS. I'm happy to share that at the moment we have at least 14 abstracts submitted by social scientists. And out of more than 100 abstract in total, I think, Tanaka Sensei.
Mhm.
And I think that is quite promising. However, at the end, it also became quite difficult for colleagues from the social science to attend conferences that are technical. So I would really like to suggest to think about mechanism in ways to still engage social scientists so they can continue contribute to our larger community. That is the first one, particularly for the IUGG. The second one would be as part of the JTC support to IOC, we understand that there is the UNESCO IOC ITST guideline or International Tsunami Survey Team guideline. The latest version, if I'm not mistaken, was 2014. And I think it is timely to revisit, and probably we can also contribute to that somehow. I don't know what the mechanism is, but I think what is important in that guideline is to include key social observation, including the ethics of post-disaster social research, and also the ethics in scientific and popular publication post-disaster. Thank you.
Do you have, does anybody have suggestion? I don't know what to do about it, actually. Yeah,
I think that the second one might be related with the meeting proposed in Vladivostok, that is about reporting records of tsunamis, like a standard for countries to report on records of tsunamis. Maybe you can propose that that meeting has also some item on the post-tsunami survey guidelines, because it is related.
do you think that, Sasha? And Slava?
About Vladivostok, but what was the question or statement? Please repeat. I'm really sorry.
No problem. Irina was mentioning that maybe the guidelines for the post-tsunami assessment survey need to be updated or reviewed and updated or updated. And I was saying that maybe it could be added as an additional item to the meeting that is being proposed for Vladivostok.
Yes, of course, because to the end of all, it's also about data, how to collect primary data in the field. Extremely important issue. Of course, if this meeting will take place, we can add the site. This topic. Yeah.
Thank you. And also expand the social sciences in this community. Also, we have to take care of those in IUGG too. So long term, we can do something about that. Yes. I think so. because we have a direct flight from Japan to Vladivostok. We have a direct flight from Japan to Vladivostok. So
No, but I'm asking mostly about some political problems.
oh, so do you know something about that? Does somebody knows? We can go to Russia? Maybe not.
I recently heard that there are some negotiations about restoration direct flight between Russia and between Moscow and Tokyo. So in 1 year, who can imagine? Everything is possible.
Yeah, might be. But our prime minister has become strong one, powerful one. So Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
You. And only another thing is, we have a 2 presentation left because of that meeting. I don't know. IIES something meeting. So I think tomorrow morning, yes. Try to put into the tomorrow morning. That is better. Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Thank you very much. All right.
Bye-bye.
Teas outside you can take, and after that, if you want to visit Sinop Lab, you can. Ajay sir,